Hello! Oh, captioner just getting the second half of that word? Alright. How's everybody doing? I am gonna play Magic today. Because the new set of Magic cards just came out, and it's got a lot of werewolves, and also it is a set that has things that care about things dying, and I love dying and being dead. In the context of Magic the Gathering. Creatures dying is great. I love it. So probably gonna do at least 2 sealed events, and we'll see how well that actually works out. Because I ended up being pretty decent at the Dungeons and Dragons set, so I was able to just keep rolling with those events over and over and over. This time, I don't have quite as many resources to burn, but that's probably because I haven't spent the $20 that I usually do when a new set comes out. We'll see how it all works out. Oops. Mysterious bird, sure. So let's get... Oh, the Spotify thingy is already open. Perfect. So let's see if we got any cool rares. Keep playing until you reach 3 match losses. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? A lot of black. No blue rares, which is exciting. Love to see it. Kind of split between 4 colors on the rares here. Let's see. Wake to Slaughter. Choose up to 2 creature cards in your graveyard. An opponent chooses one of them. Return that card to your hand. Return the other to the battlefield under your control. It gains haste. Exile at the beginning of the next untap step. At the beginning of the next end step. Okay. Gets exiled. So that's not bad. I have a feeling I'm probably going to be playing black either way, because Tainted Adversary is really great. 2 mana for a 2/3 Death Touch zombie. When it enters the battlefield, it may pay 2 and a black any number of times. When you pay this cost 1 or more times, put that many counters, or +1/+1 counters, on Tainted Adversary, then create twice that many 2/2 black zombie creature tokens with Decayed. And creatures with Decayed can't block, and when you attack with it, you sacrifice it at the end of combat. So they're very temporary creatures. Old Stick Fingers, oh yeah, Old Stick Fingers has got a lot going on. X green black for a legendary creature Horror. When you cast the spell, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal X creature cards. Put all the creature cards revealed this way into your graveyard, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Old Stick Fingers' power and toughness are each equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. So even if you cast him with a completely empty graveyard, he fills up your graveyard for you. So that's handy. We also have Willow Geist, 1 mana Tree Folk Spirit with Trample. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, put a counter on Willow Geist. When it dies, you gain life equal to its power. That seems pretty good. Would want some effects that actually remove stuff from the graveyard, so that would be I don't know how many cards eat stuff out of the graveyard, like exiling cards out of the graveyard for value, but there are some cards in white, if we end up playing green-white of some kind, that have Disturb, and Disturb is basically Flashback, but a creature. And Disturb and Flashback are both mechanics where you cast cards out of your graveyard instead of out of your hand. You also have Catilda, Dawnheart Prime, green and a white for a 1/1 legendary human warlock. Protection from werewolves, and human creatures you control have tap, add 1 mana of any of this creature's colors. And you can pay 6 and tap it, and put a counter on each creature you control. That's not bad. Pretty good. Burn Down the House, 5 mana sorcery, deals 5 damage to each creature in each planeswalker, or creates 3 1/1 devil tokens with when this creature dies, deal 1 damage to any target, and they gain haste. So either you can use this as a way to wipe the board, or as a way to fill up the board with 1/1 devils. Oh, and that devil's riding a goat in the token. That goat is not loving it. So yeah, I'm thinking green-black might be pretty solid. Because if you end up... Like, Old Stickfinger seems really good, because even if you end up, like, not casting Old Stickfingers until late game, you know, you just hold off on casting Old Stickfingers until you have a couple of creatures in your graveyard already, and then the potential upside is like a 4/4 or so for green and a black. Like a 2-mana 4/4 seems good. Willowgeist also seems solid. Although Willowgeist is a little more conditional. I definitely want to be playing Tainted Adversary though. Tainted Adversary seems real good. Let's see what the pool is like. Our white is not a lot there. Enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard. Well, that's something for the spirit. Target creature gets +2/+0 and lifelink. When that creature dies, create a 1/1 spirit. Sure. 1 mana, 2 mana, 1 mana, 0/1 human soldier, 2 mana, tap a creature. Sure. 1 mana equipment, equips for 2. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, can't be blocked by creatures with power 4 or greater. Seems fine. Homestead Courage, 1 mana, put a counter on a creature, gains vigilance. With flashback, so you get 2 counters out of this 1 card. 1 card, 2 mana total, 2 +1/+1 counters. That seems alright. 1 mana 1/1. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain a life. And it has Disturb. So it's a it's not Soul Warden. It's Impassioned Orator, except a 1 mana 1/1. And once it's disturbed, it becomes a 1/1 Flying Spirit Cleric. Whenever another creature you control leaves the battlefield, you gain a life, and if it would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, exile it. That seems alright. Unfortunately, I don't think there's much of a life gain deck in this set. I only have 2 uncommons in white. Wow, my white pool is non-existent. 2 mana 1/1, enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic plains. Reveal it and put it into your hand. And then shuffle. That seems fine. Just get a land out of your deck. Leaves behind a 2 mana 1/1, but it has Coven. And Coven is... if you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, then you get some kind of special effect. So in this case, you can pay 1 white and transform it if you have 3 or more creatures with different powers. And then it becomes a 3/3 lifelinker. That seems good. That seems like a pretty good card. Beloved Beggar. 2 mana, 0/4 human peasant, but it disturbs for 4 white, and then it becomes a 4/4 flying vigilance spirit. And it has the flavor text, charity is rare on Innistrad, but kindness is always repaid. That's pretty neat. I like this card. Candlegrove Witch, 2 mana, 2/2 at the beginning of combat on your turn. If you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, gains flying until end of turn. Sure. 2 mana instant, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If it's a human, it gets +3/+3 and indestructible. Not bad. Oh, I got a Delver of Secrets. Oh boy. Morning Patrol. Morning. Get it? Because they're in a graveyard? 2 mana, 2/3, or 3 mana, 2/3, Vigilance with Disturb 4. Becomes a 2/1 Flying Vigilance. So Morning Patrol turns into Morning Apparition. Your friend really likes that card because of the dog. It's a good dog. Flavor text is, it's creepy out here, isn't it, boy? I always feel like someone's watching us. Turns out, the one that was watching them were ghosts. Because they were in a graveyard. And then 3/4 flyer for 5, enters the battlefield, exiled. Yeah, like, I got basically no white. I don't have a ton of blue, either. Which is probably pretty good for what I want to do, because I want to be base black, and it seems like I have a good bit of black. We got a Delver of Secrets, 1 mana, 1/1 at the beginning of your upkeep. At the reveal, look at the top card of your... Sorry, you don't reveal. Look at the top card of your library. You may reveal that card if an instant or sorcery is revealed this way. Transform! So basically, it is a 1 mana, 3/2 flyer in any deck that you are actually playing Delver of Secrets. Larder Zombie, 1 mana, 1/3 Defender. Tap 3 untapped creatures you control. Look at the top card of your library. You may put it into your graveyard. That seems... I mean, a 1 mana, 1/3 seems okay if you're going for like a control kind of deck, but kinda boring. 2 mana, 2/1 Human Peasant with Disturb. Geor was determined to stay out until he got a bite from something big. I get it. And then if you disturb it for 2 mana, it becomes a 1/2 flyer. That seems fine. That seems playable. 2 mana, instant, Geist Wave. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If you controlled that permanent, draw a card. So this card is actually pretty sweet in a blue-white disturb kind of deck, because so disturb cards are double-faced cards. So on the front half of the card, it is Bait Hook Angler. And then, once it dies and is in your graveyard, you can cast it again for the disturb cost, so in this case 1 and a blue. And then it comes back to the battlefield again as if you would cast it. But this time it comes back transformed. So it is the back face of the card. And the back face of the card is a 1/2 flyer. But if you were to return a disturbed creature, so the back half of the creature, and it comes back to your hand, then it becomes the regular version of the card. Once it goes back to your hand, it is now Bait Hook Angler again. So then you can cast Bait Hook Angler again and disturb it again. But normally, because normally, if a disturbed creature would die, it gets exiled instead of going back to your graveyard. So if you bounce a disturbed creature, then you can get another go around the whole cycle. It's not amazing, but like this disturbed creature in particular is not amazing, but the thing that you want when it comes to a card like this is value. You want to be like, you are basically getting 2 cards out of this one card. Neither card is amazing. Like a 2-mana 2/1 is unimpressive. A flying creature that's just a 1/2, also not amazing. But the fact that you get both is what makes disturbed creatures valuable. So yeah, Geistwave, Shipwreck Sifters, 2-mana 1/2. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, discard a card. Whenever you discard a spirit card or a card with Disturb, put a +1/+1 counter on Shipwreck Sifters. So if you've got a deck with a whole lot of spirits or disturbed creatures, which would be a blue-white deck in this format, then you can get some value out of this guy. Pretty neat. Because if you discard a spirit or a card with a Disturb, and discarding a card with Disturb is generally pretty good, because you are getting the value out of discarding a card. Because usually discarding a card comes as a cost for, like, some kind of upside. So in this case, when it enters the battlefield, draw a card. That's the upside. Then discard a card. That's the downside. But if you were to discard a card with a Disturb, like, even if it didn't have that second ability where when you discard a spirit card or a card with Disturb, put a counter on it. Even if it didn't have that, generally you would want to discard something that has Flashback, which is an instant or sorcery that you can cast out of your graveyard. Or you would want to discard something with Disturb, because then, like, you are paying the cost of discarding a card, but you're compensating for that by getting to cast that card as a creature out of your graveyard anyways. Two mediocre creatures doesn't seem appealing without something that synergizes with the shtick. This is limited, right? Like, Bait Hook Angler is not going to be a constructed card. This is just a card you play in draft or sealed or anything like that. But the main thing that you're getting out of it is you are getting 2 creatures. In limited formats, creatures are really valuable. Things that can, like, even if you're not killing your opponent with your creatures, if your creatures keep your opponent from killing you, that's still real good. Because, like, in a control deck, in a constructed format, you know, you have a lot of ways to deal with whatever's happening on the board. You have cards that will destroy all creatures. You have, you have access to a lot of counter spells. You have access to a lot of removal spells. You don't have all of that in the average limited deck. You kind of just got to take what you can get. So you gotta play creatures. Falcon Abomination. This is a bad creature to look at. I do not like this. Oh boy. 3-mana 2/2 flyer, zombie bird. When it enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. That's great. That's real good. Cause, like, this, a 3-mana 2/2 flyer is totally fine on its own. And then on top of that, you get a zombie token. Like, the zombie token has Decayed, so it's not as valuable as a regular zombie token, which can block or stick around after combat. But that's still a lot of extra value out of this card that is already good without that ability. Organ Hoarder. 4 mana 3/2 zombie. When it enters the battlefield, look the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. That seems good. The Stitcher died years ago, but her dutiful assistant still keeps the laboratory well stocked. Oh, we also got some good flavor text on Falcon Abomination. The foulest of the foul. As in foul, as in birds. Ha! The loyal crew sticks together even after death. Neuroalchemists gained popular support during the Travails, when Geist-fueled weapons helped defend towns against mad cultists and Eldrazi monstrosities. Cathars arrived at the abandoned lab to find many of the unfinished projects gnawing on one another. If my hypothesis is correct... Oh, we got Duress. Gotta keep Duress in standard, baby! Okay, now one more blue card. Revenge of the Drowned. 4 mana instant. Target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. You create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. Sure! Seems like a lot of, like, incidental value from blue cards is... And also, you get a Decayed zombie. Alright, so, black. This is the color that we theoretically care about. Duress. 1 mana. Sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-creature, non-land card from it. That player discards that card. Not really a card that you want to be playing in Limited. But pretty good for Constructed. The Voldaran torture pits are so expansive that the prisoners have a nasty tendency to be forgotten for years. Bladebrand. 2 mana instant. Target creature gains Death Touch until end of turn and draw a card. This card is pretty alright. Really good if you have creatures that deal damage to things. So, like, Bladebrand is an absolute all-star with something like the the devil tokens that you get from Burn Down the House. So Burn Down the House, these 1/1 red devil creature tokens have the ability, when this creature dies, it deals 1 damage to any target. Which means if one of these devils were, for example, given Death Touch, they can block a creature and kill it, and then their effect of when it dies, it deals 1 damage to any target. It can then deal 1 damage to whatever else, and also kill that, because that 1 damage that it's dealing also has Death Touch. So if you have a lot of effects like that, then cards like Bladebrand become super powerful. Ghoulish Procession. 2 mana enchantment. Whenever 1 or more non-token creatures die, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. This ability only triggers once each turn. So that's a pretty big downside, only getting 1 of these zombies out of, potentially a bunch of creatures dying. But one of the upsides could be, slowly you're just building up more and more of these zombie tokens until eventually you can just throw them all at your opponent. Or if you have some kind of effect that you want to sacrifice creatures, then these extra zombie tokens can be really valuable. Could be good. Could be good. Not committing to it yet. Even though I'm probably playing black, so I'm probably going to play that card. Infernal Grasp. 2 mana instant destroy target creature. You lose 2 life. This card rules. This card is incredibly good. I mean, that's all. That's really all I got to say about it. is this card is really good. Oh wait, flavor text. Ghoulish Procession. It was a family reunion to die for. And then Infernal Grasp. Ancient evils dwell within the burning chasm called the Ashmouth, ever ready to devour those foolish enough to travel alone. Very spooky. Necrosynthesis. 2-mana enchantment aura. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature has, whenever another creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. When enchanted creature dies, look at the top X cards of your library where X is its power. Put one of those cards into your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. That's pretty cool. So, you put this on a creature, and whenever any of your other creatures die, it gets stronger. But you're not going all in, like, it's not the worst thing if that creature gets killed. You know, your opponent just plays a removal spell on it. Because then, you get a card out of it. And it's not just you draw a card, it's you look at the top couple of cards and get to pick one of them. Innistrad really loves its wordplay. Innistrad, despite theoretically being the horror set, tends to be pretty funny. Novice Occultist. 2-mana 1/2 wizard. When it dies, you draw a card and lose a life. Seems good. All across Gavany, in shuttered bedrooms and locked barns, young people seek the answers their elders failed to provide. Olivia's Midnight Ambush. 2-mana instant. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. If it's night, that creature gets -13/-13 until end of turn instead. So, first flavor text, then I'll explain what night means. And you were almost finished with that ritual, weren't you, darling? How very rude of me. To make it up to you, I'll send you an invitation to my wedding. Got plot happening. So, day and night. So, as soon as something that cares about daytime or nighttime enters the battlefield, it becomes day or night. When it is day, if a turn passes where no one casts a spell, it becomes nighttime. Once it is nighttime, if a turn passes where 2 spells have been cast, it becomes daytime. And there are a lot of cards that care about it becoming daytime or nighttime, or cards that care about it being daytime, or cards that care about it being nighttime. So this card cares about it being nighttime. And there's a lot of finesse to how you deal with it being day or night. So, for example, this card is an instant. So, you know, my opponent has a big creature that I want to kill. So I will just pass my turn without doing it, like without casting any spells, so that hopefully my opponent doesn't cast anything on my turn. And if neither of us cast anything, then when it gets to my opponent's turn, it becomes nighttime. And then I can cast this spell and make one of their things -13/-13. Or maybe my opponent has something that's really good at nighttime, like a werewolf or something. So I will want to hold on to instants or sorceries to try and make sure that 2 spells are cast on the same turn, because I'll just wait until my opponent's turn, and then they'll cast a spell, and then at instant speed, I will cast a spell, so that way 2 spells have been cast, so when that turn ends, it becomes daytime. Tainted Adversary, we already went over this guy. This guy's really good. Vampire Interloper. 2-mana, 2/1, Vampire Scout. It has flying and cannot block. That's really good. 2-mana, 2/1 flyer. It not being able to block is generally not a super big downside, because the red-black vampire kind of deck, you tend to want to be playing really aggressively anyways. The Voldaren have begun demanding blood offerings from the villagers in their territory. Their agents arrive from the sky to collect the ceremonial bowls in eerie silence. So, one of the big ongoing things in the world of Innistrad is there are two primary vampire families. There are the Voldarens and the Markovs. And they don't like each other. And they fight sometimes. That's pretty much it. That's the vampire stuff. In this set in particular, there's also a lot of stuff this set specifically is Midnight Hunt. So this set is more so focused on the goings-on of the werewolves of Innistrad. Currently, there's a lot of werewolf stuff going on. And also, day and night are kind of fucked up on Innistrad right now, and that's causing some problems with the werewolves. Meanwhile, in the past, the previous set of Innistrad sets, the whole plane got turned into Eldritch Abominations by Eldrazi stuff. There was a whole lot of Shadows over Innsmouth going on. Okay, back to cards. Covert Cut Purse. 3 mana, 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature you don't control that was dealt damage this turn. So a 3 mana, 2/1, if you're not getting to kill a creature out of its effect, it's not amazing. But it also disturbs. So for 5 mana, it can become a 2/2 Flying Death Touch, which is pretty good. Because either you can just attack in with a Flying Death Touch creature for damage, or it has Death Touch. You can just hold it back and stop whatever your opponent's biggest problem is. One of the best card names of the set, 3 mana instant for Defenestrate. Destroy target creature without flying. Because you throw it out a window. That's great. Flavor text: the chaplain would perhaps have found some small comfort had he known that the replacement window would be named in his honor. What a good card. I mean, aside from really good flavor text and really great art and an amazing name, it's also just good. 3 mana instant destroy a creature without flying. There are a lot of creatures that you really want to kill that don't have flying. 3 mana, 2/2 zombie, Hobbling Zombie. When it dies, create a 2/2 with Decayed. Sure. I see someone tried to stop you, my pet. How delightful, says Ghoul-Caller Gisa. No Way Out, 3 mana sorcery. Target opponent discards 2 cards. You create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. In the maze-like passages of Erdwall, a wrong turn can be fatal. Oh, we got a werewolf. Baneblade Scoundrel, 4 mana, 4/3. When it becomes blocked, each creature blocking it gets -1/-1 until end of turn. So this is a day-bound creature. So if it's not day or night, when this creature enters the battlefield, it becomes day. Wait, transform into 1 out of 3? Hang on. Ah, okay, here we go. Here's the day and night cards. Day. If it becomes day or night if a day-bound permanent enters the battlefield. Track day or night for the rest of the game. Brian Shu on guitar! As it becomes day, transform all night-bound permanents. If a player casts no spells during their own turn, it becomes night next turn. Oh, hold on. That works a little differently than how the original concept worked. So, let me explain. So, originally, the other Innistrad sets had werewolves, and usually how these werewolves would transform into the wolf form of the werewolf was they would transform if no spells were cast this turn. However, now with the new introduction of the day-bound and night-bound and day and night mechanic, if a player casts no spells during their own turn, so even if your opponent casts a spell on your turn, it will still become night, as long as you don't cast a spell. Meanwhile, night. As it becomes night, transform all day-bound permanents. Permanents enter the battlefield night-bound. If a player casts at least 2 spells during their own turn, it becomes day next turn. So, the whole instant and sorcery, the whole instant speed stuff that I was talking about before, does not apply to this new way that the mechanic works. So that's extremely important to know. I'm very glad that I checked. Because as I said, that's not how it worked before. It used to be, if no spells were cast this turn, transform this werewolf. Transform the werewolf back if 2 or more spells were cast this turn. So now it's all up to the active player to switch it between day or night. Very good to know. I didn't actually want to craft that, but I have a fudge load of uncommon wild cards, so that's okay. So, Baneblade Scoundrel. 4 mana 4/3, whenever it becomes blocked, each creature blocking it gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Then, if it becomes nighttime, it becomes Baneclaw Marauder, which is a 5/4 werewolf. Oh yeah, the front half, Baneblade Scoundrel itself is a human rogue werewolf. When it transforms, it's just a werewolf. It's no longer a human or a rogue, just a werewolf. Whenever Baneclaw Marauder becomes blocked, each creature blocking gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Whenever a creature blocking Baneclaw Marauder dies, that creature's controller loses 1 life. That's a good card. Both halves of this card are just pretty great. Because when it becomes blocked, each creature blocking it gets -1/-1 until end of turn. That makes it really hard to get rid of without throwing another big creature in front of it. Because if you try to block it, okay, it has 3 toughness. My opponent blocks it with a 3/3. Its ability triggers, that 3/3 is now a 2/2, because it got -1/-1 because it was blocking it. And now that creature doesn't kill my creature, and that creature dies. So you would need at least a 4-power creature to block this thing. But then, if you try to block it with multiple creatures, you try and block it with 2 creatures with 2 power. Each of those creatures gets -1/-1. Now, they each have 1 power, so you cut the amount of blocking power in half. That card's really good! Alright, flavor text. I was a mere cut purse until I learned the going rate for fresh corpses. Damn. Diregraph Horde. 5 mana, 3/4. When it enters the battlefield, create 2/2/2 black zombie creature tokens with Decayed. When you do, exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards. Pretty good. And then Morkrut Behemoth. 5 mana, 7/6. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature or pay 1 and a black. And it also has Menace. So here we go. Here's a really good use for all of those zombies with the Decayed. You can get this 7/6 with Menace out for 5 mana instead of 7 mana. If you just dumpster one of your Decayed zombies. That's great. I really like my black. I think my black pool is real good. But let's finish going over what the rest of the stuff we got. Oh wait, does this have flavor text? Let's see my brother's stitched up little toys compete with this, says Ghoul Caller Gisa. Alright, red. Immolation. 1 mana enchantment aura. Enchant creature, it gets +2, -2. So this can act as a removal spell if you put it onto an opponent's creature that only has 2 toughness. Or, if you've got a big creature, you can make it even more powerful at the cost of it being weaker. Sorry to hear that, Dan. Farewell. Voldaren's Stinger. 1/1 Vampire Warrior. For 1. It has first strike as long as it's attacking, and you can give it extra mana to give it extra power. Pretty good. Cathartic Pyre, 2 mana instant, deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker, or discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. Damn, that card's good. 2 mana, 3 damage to a creature or planeswalker, already pretty good. But also giving you the ability to discard cards and draw cards to replace them, so you can do that late game and discard some lands that you don't need. You can discard some cards that you want to cast with Flashback or with Disturb. And it's at instant speed, so you can do it basically whenever you want. Super versatile, super good. That card rules. Festival Crasher. 2 mana, 1/3. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Festival Crasher gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So many candles, so many flammables, so little time. Oh wait, do these have flavor text? Cathartic Pyre. Leave behind the sorrow of this body, be blessed, being of light. Voldaren's Stinger. A duel to first blood means something very different when a vampire is involved. Ho ho! And Immolation, nothing is funnier to a devil than setting anyone, on fire. And the art is a devil that is on fire. Pretty good. We got a wolf. Lambholt Harrier, 2 mana, 2/2. Wolf. 4 mana, target creature can't block this turn. That's pretty good. A 2 mana, 2/2, already pretty good. Being able to keep your opponent from blocking with basically anything, also really good. This Tovalar is no brainless brute. He sends his howling minions to terrorize a village for months. Sleepless nights and fear take their toll. Only then, when morale is at its worst, does he strike. Says Barnes of the Village Watch. Stolen Vitality! 2 mana instant, target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn. If it's your turn, that creature gains trample until end of turn, otherwise it gains first strike until end of turn. There's nothing like a good meal to really lift the spirit. That's a really good combat trick, because it works how you want it to, basically either way. So when you're attacking, which is on your turn, you can give your creature trample so that it'll still get damage done to your opponent, usually. It'll probably die, but its damage will carry through. Meanwhile, if you're using it on your opponent's turn, which is when you're blocking, then the first strike will generally mean that your creature lives, their creature dies. Pretty great. Oh boy. Electric Revelation. 3 mana instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card. And then, you draw 2 cards. And you can flash it back for 3 and a red. Yeah. So this is the kind of card where flashback is a big deal. So, for example, you have, let's say I had 2 of these cards. I had 2 Electric Revelations. I cast Electric Revelation, discarding Electric Revelation, draw 2 cards, and then both of those Electric Revelations I can cast out of the graveyard if I discard, like, a land or anything that I don't particularly care about. Or maybe I have other cards with flashback or disturb, and I can just discard those cards, and I can cast them later, but I get the value out of this card now. Pretty good. Oh, wait. Flavor text? No flavor text. Harvest Tide Infiltrator. 3 mana, 3/2 human werewolf. It has Trample and Daybound. And then, its backside is 4/4 with Trample and Nightbound. He was one masked stranger among many, blending in was child's play. Oh. Pretty good. 3 mana, 3/2 Trample, already not a bad card by any means. And then it becomes a 4/4 Trample, which is pretty good. Ardent Elementalist. 4 mana, 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. That's really great. Hey, yes, I would like my removal spell back, please. Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's seeming like red-black is what I'm doing here. Oh wait, flavor text. While the Dawnheart Witches focus on their magic on nature and community, other covens consort with devils and twist the elements to their will. Famished Foragers, 4 mana, 4/3 vampire. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, add 3 mana. Ooh, ho ho ho! So you do whatever you want to make your opponent lose life. You know, it's you hit him with a creature in combat or something, and then you play this on your second main phase, and you just got a 4/3 for 1 mana. You only get that kind of value if you actually cast something with the remaining 3 mana. But hey, maybe it's nighttime and your opponent is playing a bunch of werewolves, so you don't want it to be nighttime anymore. So then you just cast something else. Make it daytime. Burn Down the House. 5 mana sorcery, deals 5 damage to each creature in Planeswalker, or create 3 1/1 red devil tokens with, when this creature dies, it deals 1 damage to any target. They gain haste until end of turn. I don't know if I'm actually going to be playing this, but it's a neat card. Burn the Accursed. 5 mana instant, deals 5 damage to target creature and 2 damage to that creature's controller. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. That's great. Generally, you don't want your opponent's creatures to die. You don't want their stuff in the graveyard, because they can get value out of their stuff being in the graveyard. You want them to be gone. Nothing remained but a few drifting embers and the smell of smoldering hair. Rip in peace, werewolf. Purifying Dragon. 5 mana, 4/3 dragon. Flying. When it attacks, it deals 1 damage to target creature that defending player controls. If that creature is a zombie, it deals 2 damage to it instead. Ooh. So you could just blow up one of your opponent's decayed zombies. Pretty good. Village Watch. 5 mana, 4/3 with haste, and it has Daybound. And then, when it flips, wolves and werewolves you control have haste, and it's a 5/4. You have my word. You'll see no wolf attacks while we're around. About that. Oh god, I've read so many cards. I kinda just want to play. Oh, I got a lot of green-white cards. Alright, 1/1 for 1, wolf. 2 mana gets 2/2/2, activate once each turn. Sure. Willowgeist, already went over that guy. Duel for Dominance. 2 mana instant, choose target creature you control and target creature you don't control. If you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, put a +1/+1 counter on chosen creature you control, then the creatures fight. So 2 mana instant, fight. Sure. Harvesttide Sentry, 2 mana 3/1 at the beginning of combat on your turn. If you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, Harvesttide Sentry can't be blocked with creatures power 2 or less. Sure? Return to nature, destroy a target artifact, enchantment, or exile a card from a graveyard for 2 mana and instant speed. Bird Admirer. 3 mana for a 1/4 with reach. And then it transforms into Wing Shredder. 3 mana, when it's transformed, it doesn't matter. 3/5 with reach. So, at first it loves the birds, and then it murders the birds. Dawnheart Mentor. 3 mana, 0/4. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white human creature token. It has Coven. 6 mana, target creature you control gets +3/+3, gains trample until end of turn. Activate only if you control 3 or more creatures with 3 or power. Coven. Eccentric Farmer, 3 mana, 2/3, human peasant. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 and return a land from your graveyard to your hand. Sure. Howl of the Hunt, 3 mana enchantment aura, flash. Enchant creature when it enters the battlefield. If enchanted creature is a wolf or werewolf, untap that creature. It gets +2/+2 and has vigilance. That's pretty good. Broodweaver, 4 mana spider, 2/4. With reach. When it dies, create a 1/2 green spider with reach. Not bad. Defend the Celestus. 4 mana instant, distribute 3 +1/+1 counters you control among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures you control. That's alright. Okay, here's what we care about. Vampire Socialite. 2 mana, 2/2 with menace. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost the life this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each other vampire you control. As long as an opponent lost life this turn, each other vampire you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. Pretty great. Wake to Slaughter, already went over that. So, red-black. Let's put together some red-black. We'll hold off on Ghoulish Procession for now. Because it might get in. But it might not get in. Vampire, sure. Cathartic Pyre is pretty great. Festival Crasher might be good. I'm not really going super deep on spells stuff. Let's see. I don't know if I need an extra combat trick. Let's toss in Lampold Harrier. Ardent Elementalist seems really good for this deck. Purifying Dragon just seems good in general. Burn the Accursed. I like Burn the Accursed, but I think that would leave me with too many high-costed things that don't kill my opponent. Let's see, my 4-drop slot could use a little more attention. We've got Famished Foragers. So, the thing about Famished Foragers is that it adds red, red, red to my mana pool, which, as it stands, is not amazing, just because a lot of my stuff, like, my deck is mostly black. I think I'm down to keep Baneblade Scoundrel around, even though I'm probably not gonna want it to be nighttime a whole heck of a lot. Like, I'm probably gonna be casting a lot of spells. I got a lot of low-cost stuff. Although, I do have a decent amount of instant stuff. Well, I think we could put at least one of these Famished Foragers in, because we do want to have a bunch of vampires around. Because of Vampire Socialite. That ability is real strong. Like, putting counters on all your vampires. Wake to Slaughter is pretty good. Do I want No Way Out? How many... 15 creatures, 8 non-creatures. In Sealed, No Way Out can be pretty back-breaking. Just forcing your opponent to get rid of 2 cards can be real good. But there is a bunch of stuff with Flashback, there's a bunch of stuff with Disturb. I don't know if the upside of getting a zombie with Decayed is high enough to warrant that over just, like, another creature that can hit my opponent in the face. So if we take out No Way Out, bring in Harvesttide Infiltrator... Is this the furry deck? Oh, this is the Halloween deck. Yeah, so Innistrad is the set of cards that is just like big Halloween vibes. Or it is the plane of Magic the Gathering that is big Halloween vibes. You got werewolves, you got vampires, you got Zimbabwe's, you got ghosts. You got it all, baby. Do I want Village Watch in this deck? Because I could... Probably not. We could cut one novice occultist for another famished foragers? 4 mana 4/3 seems good. Or I could bring in another Lambhole Terrier and just go all in on trying to kill my opponent as fast as possible. Let's go with Famished Foragers. Let's get a little more vampire shenanigans up in the deck. So we've got Voldaren Stinger, we got 1/1 for 1 that can pump itself, but it's a vampire. Removal, got a way to make a creature real big by making a bunch of stuff die, by killing a bunch of stuff, and then if the creature that gets real big dies, then whatever, I replace it with something else. Got one of these Novice Cultists, which is a potentially nice way to draw a card. Although, how many ways do I have to make the decayed? So I only really have one payoff for stuff being decayed, and that's this guy. So not having a ton of things that particularly care about dying is probably fine. You got this guy, Tainted Adversary. He can make a bunch of vampires. Vampire Interloper, flying, you hit him in the face kind of vampire. Seems good. Removal. Got a dog that can make it impossible to block. Vampire Socialite makes my vampires big. More removal. More removal. Oh, this guy has Death Touch? Damn. Burke, I don't know if I want to know your cursed thought, but I can't really stop you. I mean, I could, but I'm not gonna. Yeah, let's see what this deck can do. What do we got? That's a dog. I shouldn't have let you. Voldaren Strangler. Can't block. When it dies, return to the battlefield transformed under your control, attached to target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. At the beginning of your upkeep, enchanted permanent's controller sacrifices a non-land permanent, then loses a life. Damn. pretty good. Let's blow up Eccentric Farmer and just start hashtag getting in. Ooh. Pretty good. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, each opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life. Let's spend that mana to discard a card and draw a card. There we go. Curse of Leeches! Oh god. It's daytime! At the beginning of Enchanted Player's upkeep, they lose a life and you gain a life. Oofa doofa. And then if it becomes Nightbound, it becomes a 4/4 with lifelink, which is a lot. Oh! He whiffed on tapping at the window. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest into your graveyard. He revealed 3 lands. Let's... Cathartic Pyre. Deal 3 damage to this fella. Play out Voldaire and Stinger. And hit him. Teeth got drilled a bunch today. Anesthesia is slowly wearing off. I hope that, I hope you don't have to deal with a whole lot more tooth woes. Dental surgery sucks. Oh shit, he has one of those. The Morkrus Behemoth. I ain't blocking that, you crazy? Let's bring out Tainted Adversary. Pay 3 mana, and I'll get some Zimbabwe's. Sure. So, I lose a life, they gain a life. At the beginning of your upkeep. Oh, okay. That's not a problem, because he's dead. Destroy target creature. Woo! More teeth getting drilled. Oh, man. Very sorry to hear about that. That sucks. I'm kind of scared to go to the dentist, because I haven't really had any problems with my teeth in recent times. Like, I used to have occasional tooth pain in one of my teeth, but it hasn't. I haven't had that tooth pain. I also just brush my teeth more regularly, and I use Sensodyne and all that stuff, so... I should go to the dentist, because I probably need at least a filling or something, but... I think I'm probably mostly okay, I hope. Sure. Hmm. 3 mana, deal 3 damage to target creature. If a werewolf does dealt damage this way, destroy it. I think I'll just hold off. And use my instant speed removal spell to kill his creature. Ho ho! You drink a ton of coffee, didn't brush your teeth after, yeah. Like, I drink a lot of tea, but tea does not have the same acidity problem as coffee. Coffee can be pretty rough. Yes, do it. Use your removal spell. Use your silver bolt. Aww. Oh, he's got a dumb bird. Okay. Oh shit. That's not good. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, put a counter on a creature you control. That creature needs to die. Oh my god. He's got it all. Well, I need to draw another removal spell. I've got this turn. I've also got next turn, as long as he doesn't play another flyer. I got one more turn. Part of the cards, yeah. I mean, maybe my opponent will fuck up. Probably not, though. He's got full mana. He's probably just holding on to a removal spell. Oh, no. Okay, okay. Part of the cards. Oh, he just had a spell that killed me. Oofa doofa. Oh boy, oh boy. This format seems pretty fast. Like, both of those games combined took less than 15 minutes. I feel like I've had games in draft that took half an hour. Magic on motorcycles, a little bit. I got a truckload of removal. Well, Darren... Falconwrath Pit Fighter. 1 mana, 2/1. Discard a card, sacrifice a vampire, draw 2 cards. Activate only if an opponent lost life this turn. Okay. Well, I have a 2/3 to block your 2/1. Oh, a blue deck. I think all of the reasonable counter spells are blue, but maybe not. Aha! Flash flying, when it enters the battlefield, up to 1 creature an opponent controls gets -2/-0. Sure. Yeah. Double block. Let's... because if I use Infernal Grasp, then I can also bring out Vampire Interloper, but Infernal Grasp is more valuable. Let's Infernal Grasp. Oh shit, I didn't have another black source. I should have defenestrated. I'm a fool! How excited are you for more Deltarune tomorrow? I am painfully excited for more Deltarune. Deltarune Chapter 2. Very, very excited. Blade Scoundrel? Oh no, he has a counterspell! Oh no! My Scoundrel! No! Blew your load too early, it's fine. Because hopefully I draw... Hopefully I draw land this turn, then I can cast Vampire Interloper and Harvesttide Infiltrator. Oh, we got Flip the Switchback. Okay, cool. Attrition Geist. Other spirits you control get +1/+1. Spells you cast from your graveyard cost 1 less to cast. Okay. Sure. Look at the top 3, put one into your hand, the rest in the graveyard. Alright. Not sure if you like the day-night mechanic. It's weird. Oh, you're attacking me? I'm gonna cast Wake to Slaughter. I know you're going to counter it, but I am going to cast it anyways. Because I need to get that counterspell out of his hand. Because I need to be able to defenestrate something. Yep. Block the 2/2. My opponent swung with their 2/2 flyer. Okay, they do have another flyer. Let's see if they have another. Let's see if they have another counterspell. Because if they don't, they lose. Whee! Oh, they might have a removal spell, I guess. Good game. I did it! I like the day-night mechanic more since the day-night mechanic only cares about the active player's spells and stuff. I like that more than, like, if any player casts 2 spells, then it becomes daytime. If any player casts any spells, then it doesn't become nighttime. Sure. So, just gonna play out this Vampire Socialite. Or maybe not. Maybe I kill this Geist. No, let's play out the Vampire Socialite for now. Yeah, now I'll kill the Geist. When it dies, you gain life equal to its power. Yeah, gain -1 life, idiot. That's not actually how that works, but it would be funny if it were. Can't modify the bit emotes? Oh no! What a shame. Oh, he made a frog vampire socialite. What? Create a token of a copy that's... Create a token that's a copy of target non-frog creature, except it's a frog. With 1 power, 1 toughness. I mean, the art is amazing. Stupid 1/3. What? Quit it. You know what? You're not allowed to have that anymore. Wait, no. Nope. Stop. Revert. Undo. Okay, cool. Great. I tried to cast... well... Submit 0. Guess I just wasted a spell. That's awesome. Why can you not revert on that? I wanted to kill that. That sucks so bad. Because all 3 of these cards I want to cast for 5 mana. Poacher rip, but sideways for the times where you clutch it out. So he's dead, but standing up. He's like propped up against the wall. What? Locked in the cemetery? Rude. I need 1 more land! With 3 cards in hand that I want all of them to be cast for 5 mana. Fine, I'll fucking cast the Tainted Adversary for 2. Not dead, just resting vertically. Oh, I shouldn't have played. No, I shouldn't have played the Tainted Adversary because now he can make a copy of it and it'll have Death Touch. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh my god, I lose! I lost that entire game because I cast a spell wrong, and the game wouldn't let me undo it. That sucks so bad. A power bungle. Yeah. Opponent goes first. Sure. Alright. Thank you, playlist. I really needed this, pick-me-up here. Woo! Oh. At the beginning of your end step, if you have exactly 13 life, you can pay 6 and transform him into Ormondal. I do not want that card around. The card is too good. Yeah, let's do Harvest-Tide Infiltrator and Lampole Terrier. And then next turn I can bring out Putrefying Dragon. Co-champ side to side as if he's dancing. He's pretty cute. Screw it, I'm swinging in. And then I'm making a bunch of idiots. Exile, you shit. Oh, don't lock my werewolf in the cemetery. Rude. Oh no, my zombies are falling apart. Yep, there it is. Boop. Let's bring out a dragon. Don't have a 2-mana counterspell. Don't do it. Hey! The future. No!
No, you're gonna dig this.
My dragon! And look out, he's back. Don't do it, don't do it. What are you doing? My opponent has something to do. What are you doing? No! I lose this game. I lost. Because then they just attack with everything and kill me. Damn it! My opponent had what they needed. And killed me with it. I got a couple of gems, I guess. Enough to do 2 more of these sealed events, at least. Oh, Pithing Needle. Oh, I love it. Everybody's favorite card to get in Limited, Pithing Needle. Oh, yeah. So, 1 mana artifact. As it enters the battlefield, choose a card name. Activated abilities of the sources with the chosen name can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. So basically, this, like, what you use this card for is you sideboard this card into your deck after you see that your opponent has a really powerful card with a powerful activated ability or something. In Limited, where especially Best of 1 Limited, where it's just playing 1 game against various opponents, it does basically nothing. But Hostile is pretty good. It's a land. Tap to add colorless mana. You can pay 1 and tap and sacrifice a creature and put a soul counter on Hostile. Then, if there are 3 or more soul counters on it, remove those counters, transform it, and untap it. Activate only as a sorcery, and it transforms into Creeping In, an artifact creature horror construct. When it attacks, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. If you do, each opponent loses X life, and you gain X life, where X is the number of creature cards exiled with Creeping In. And you can pay 4 mana, and it phases out, which is basically just the game pretends it doesn't exist until the next turn. We also got Sludge Monster. 5 mana, 5/5 horror. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, put a slime counter on up to one other target creature. Non-horror creatures with slime counters on them lose all abilities and have base power and toughness 2/2. Wow, that's really powerful. Because you just slime all of your opponent's creatures and they just turn into 2/2 creatures that do nothing. Or you can slime your own zombies with decay, because then they don't have decay anymore because they lose all abilities, because decay is an ability. So then they get to block or stick around after combat. That's a powerful card. Not as cool as this Sunstreak Phoenix, though. 4 mana 4/2 Flying Phoenix. If it's neither day or night, it becomes day as it enters the battlefield. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, you may pay 1 and a red. If you do, return Sunstreak Phoenix from your graveyard to the battlefield, tapped. That's really good. We also got Tovalar, Dire Overlord. 3 mana 3/3 legendary human werewolf. Whenever a wolf or werewolf you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. That's really good. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 3 or more wolves and or werewolves, it becomes night. Then transform any number of human werewolves you control. And then it becomes a 4/4 werewolf. Whenever a wolf or werewolf you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. And you can pay X red green, and target wolf or werewolf you control gets +X+0 and gains trample until end of turn. That's a really good card. And then we got Burn Down the House again. Well, I do want to see what my red-green is like. I got a fuckload of blue, holy cow. Alright, Hostile is getting in either way. Because it's a land, like, the cost of including it in my deck is very low. Abandon the post, up to 2 target creatures can't block. Destroy target artifact, or target attacking creature gets +2/+2. Sure. Got some Festival Crashers. Got a Lambhole Terrier. Brimstone Vandal. 3 mana 2/3 Menace. If it's neither day or night, it becomes day as Brimstone Vandal enters the battlefield. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, Brimstone Vandal deals 1 damage to each opponent. That's pretty good. Got a werewolf. Yeah, let's just start tossing some wolves and stuff up in here. Bring in that Phoenix. Tavern Ruffian. 4 mana 2/5. Becomes a 6/5. She dispatched every challenger with a sickening snap of bone. Vampire Knight, when it enters the battlefield, it enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter if an opponent lost a life this turn. That's pretty good. We'll bring in those 2 as well. Bramble Armor, 2 mana, attach it to a creature you control, gets +2/+1. Bring in Bird Admirer and Pestilent Wolf, just to have more wolves and werewolves and such. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, it can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. That seems doable. Oh, I do not have a lot of green. Contortionist Troop. Enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it. You control 3 or more creatures with different powers, put a counter on target creature you control. That seems good. Rise of the Ants. 6 mana sorcery, create 2 3/3 green insect creature tokens. You gain 2 life, flashes back for 8 mana. As much as I don't like ants, I think that card seems pretty good. arm wrestling a werewolf is a dangerous game. It sure is. With Coven activated, gains trample until end of turn. I need 10 more playables? Oh, God. Could I go Jund? Could I go 4-color? Is that a thing I could do? Siege Zombie is real good. 2 mana 2/2, tap 3 untapped creatures you control, each opponent loses a life. Turn target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, put a counter on a zombie. Bat Whisperer. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life, create a bat. Blood Tithe Collector. 3/4 flying for 5. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, each opponent discards a card. Whenever one or more other creatures die, draw a card. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, each opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life. I have, like, no removal. I have no removal. The closest I have 3 copies of Plummet, which destroys target creature with flying, but the fact that it's flying only makes it hard to include. Could I go, like... I got so much fucking blue. Unblinking Observer, 2 mana, 2/1, tap to add blue, spend this mana only to pay a disturb cost or cast an instant or sorcery spell. Day 77, the homunculus within the crystal continues to mimic my every movement. I wonder what they are writing. Exile target spirit creature with disturb or enchantment. Yeah, my white does not have a whole lot going. Why was all of my green put into plummets and bramble armors? Alright, I can't play green. Green's out of the question. And the question becomes... what do I play instead? Alright, Siege Zombie is really great. Just getting a creature back from the bin seems pretty solid. I like the Strangler. I like Arrogant Outlaw. Vampire Interloper. Blood Tithe Collector. Do I like Bat Whisperer? I like Morbid Opportunist, for sure. Do I just go, like, blue, red, black, no fixing? Is that the life I'm living? Because I've got Gale Drifter... Covetous Castaway. I got 2 Delver of Secrets. But again, I have, like, no removal. Do I go Jund? Do I Jund him? I could Jund him. Because at least with Jund I have fixing. Do I go with Necrosynthesis or a Novice Occultist? Let's go with Novice Occultist. Let's do it like this. Got 20 creatures and 3 non-creatures. Golly Bob howdy. Oh right, Jack-o'-lantern. 1 mana for an artifact. You could pay 1 and sacrifice it and exile up to 1 card from a graveyard and draw a card. Or you can exile it from your graveyard and add 1 mana of any color. I mean, that is mana fixing. It's kind of tempting. Yeah, fuck it. Jund 'em. When in doubt, Jund them out. I didn't need a reminder on that, Burke, but thank you nonetheless. Oh, oops, I should have taken hostile out of my deck. Because a land that only taps for colorless mana in a 3-color deck is not the best idea. It is a very cool card, and I do want to play it, but rip gems. No, it's fine. Let's see. 987. Oh, and my mana costs are like super flat too. Oh, that's gonna work out great. 665, baby, let's go! Let's go, Jundum. Oh my god! The magic gods smile upon me. What did I do to deserve such a beautiful opening hand? And I'm going first? Goddamn! I don't deserve this. Oh, Silverbolt is not great news for me. Oh, and a path to the festival? Wowie zowie. He called my bluff. What a shame. Ramp me, doctor. Scry, I don't need another path to the festival, but thank you. When a spell you control deals damage, transform Flame Channeler. When a spell you control deals damage, put a flame counter on Embodiment of Flame, remove a flame counter from Embodiment of Flame, exile the top card of your library, you may play that card this turn. Ooh. Swing? Hey! That's damage, baby! Let's play the Vandal. I really want my opponent to use that Silverbolt so I can start playing my vampires, or my my werewolves. Kill my Vandal. Come on, do it. Yeah. Kill it. Do it. Do it, you coward. Ugh. I'm gonna play out my less good werewolf in an attempt to bait him into using his Silverbolt. Come on! Kill my werewolf! Do it! Do it, you coward! Deal 1 damage. Okay, yeah. I'm down with that. Strangle that alchemist! What if the opponent is stream sniping? Well, that would be very rude of them. Lose a life, draw a card. I don't want to play Tolvar. Tolvar is a really good vampire, and he's just gonna Silver Bolt it. Let's play this dog. And let's play Contortionist Troop as a 3/3. And then I'll put a counter on Contortionist Troop. So now I can block his 3/3s. Obsessive Astronomer. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, you may discard up to 2 cards and discard that many cards. Aha! He did it! Finally. You fool! Put a counter on Tovalar. Search your library for a card with flashback or disturb, put it into your graveyard. And it's also just a fucking 4/4 flyer. Oof. What would be cool is to draw a land this turn. Yay! My opponent decided that dealing with a transformed Tolvar was not worth it. If I drew a land, then I could have, like, prevented his Phantom Carriage and one of the embodiments of flame from blocking, or I could have just made one of my werewolves fuck huge with Tovalar's activated ability. I did it! There is no possible way that this deck will have a better game than that. Is Toblerone that strong? His activated ability is X, red, green, and you give a wolf or werewolf plus X, plus 0, and trample. And I had 7 mana on the board, so I would have been able to give something plus 5, plus 0. And I'm pretty sure I could activate that at instant speed, so that would have been very bad for my opponent. Sure. Not being able to cast my black cards is a bummer, but even if I only draw... Oh, well. I was gonna say, even if I draw only red and green lands, then I can still cast Sunstreak Phoenix. And then I drew into something that I could play on turn 3. And it's like, neat. My hand became good. Oh shit. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile up to 1 card from a graveyard. It's a 2-mana 3/2. Coven, 2 mana, choose a color, gains hexproof from that color, and can't be blocked by creatures of that color. Activate only if you have Coven. Okay. Hey, check out this cool dog. I will block your creature with this dog, if you offer me the opportunity to do so. When it becomes night or night becomes day, look the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them onto your graveyard. Sure. Hey, look at this man who will be a dog. He's got a tapper. And he's got a bunch of 1/1s. Coven is online. I don't really have anything that cares about Coven. But I do have a thing that cares about me having a bunch of wolves, so I will let that through. Because I do want it to become nighttime, so my werewolf get big. I got both siege zombies, which would be really good if I had black mana. No! My Toblerone! You bitch. Fine, I'll just play this bird. If you're gonna be like that about it. You can block my massive 2/5 unit, or you can tap down my 4/2 flyer. If I kill both of these 1/1s, Coven will no longer be online. That will be bad for him. Oh, he can just flash back. You can flash back, join the dance. Ah, well. I'm gonna play this werewolf. And hit you with this bird. You may tap 1. Choose wisely. Oh, he's got a 4/4. That is a bummer, but I do have a 6/5, which is pretty good for me. You gonna attack? Oh, what a shame. I'm really starting to feel the lack of black mana here as this game goes on longer. You got 3 turns, opponent, to deal with this bird. What's your plan, opponent? Yeah, I'll double block that, sure. I know you don't have any combat tricks, you are empty-handed. Yay! Playing that doesn't actually change the math, is the thing. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit him with this bird. Play this Zimbabwe. So he can tap down my 6/5 so that his 3/1 can attack in And theoretically, he could also tap down my Pestilent Wolf if he so desires. He's got options here, but I think I'm still in a good position here. Especially considering that he does not have any cards in hand. So there's only so many problems that he can really present to me. Attack for 3? Sure. I will block here, like that. Then I will activate Siege Zombie. Make you lose a life. Alright. I don't want to cast 2 spells is the thing, because I don't want my cool dog to become not a cool dog. Oh wait, is he dead? Not quite. But he does have to block with the Tims. He's down to 3. Bring out Blood Tithe Collector, which he can tap down, but as long as he didn't draw a massive pump spell, he's still not gonna have enough damage to get through. Join the dance, sure. And he's dead! I feel like there are, like, maybe a couple of cards that he could have drawn that would have made him win there, but he didn't draw them. I did do it! I done indeed did it! Spotify started playing some nice music for the final victory stretch. Yeah, Lord Phobos is pretty rad. 3 wins and no losses? I think it's 2 wins and no losses, but... I guess I'm playing black-red this game. Seems good. Bait Hook Angler? Sure. No, I wanted to play the Vampire Interloper, that's fine. Oh, does he have the counterspell? I think he has the counterspell, he just didn't want to use it there. Alright, come on, tap out. Do it. Aww. Oh yeah, there's the flash ambusher thing. Startle! That was startling. You're right. Rotten Reunion. Exile up to one card from a graveyard, create a zombie with Decayed. Sure. Oh, that's bad. Oh, fuck. Well? I'm gonna block here and hope I draw a forest? That would be nice. Or land. Yeah, I'll take it. Ah, fuck. I also have an arrogant outlaw, so I will take my drain back, please. Alright, so Lamphole Terrier can block Arrogant Outlaw can block Blade Stitched Scab, if necessary. Hey, there's my forest. He's holding up counterspell mana. I don't like this. Ah, well. Yep, there it is. Siege Zombie. Bird Admirer. Oh, you're not gonna let me... Oh, okay. There we go. It's fine. Sure. Don't like that. Because I don't have removal to get rid of it. Ah, I didn't activate Siege Zombie. Damn it. Morbid Opportunist. And then Contortionist Troop for 1. Killing Morbid Opportunist, sure. Meow, 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 meow. Let's start making Bird Admirer big, I guess. My opponent also has a Siege Zombie. Activate mine this turn, because I didn't forget, like I did last turn. Let's bring out Sunstreak Phoenix. No attacks. Put a counter on the Admirer. Yeah, opponent being empty-handed is very good for me, but I am still on a clock because of Siege Zombie, so I need to hit my opponent harder than they hit me. Sacrifice Malevolent Hermit, counter target non-creature spell unless its controller pays 3. Non-creature. That's a non-issue because I have 3 non-creature spells in my deck. Tavern Ruffian. And I will hit him with the Phoenix because I need to just kill my opponent. Yeah. Give Tavern Ruffian an extra counter, I guess? Ooh, my werewolves are gonna flip. Ooh, girl. I forgot to activate the thing. So his Blade Stitch Scab is gonna get big. But hopefully it'll be fine. Oh, and he loses a life? Oh, but he did get to draw another card. So he may get to re-flip. Non-creature spells you control can't be countered. Sure. Okay, so he's turning it back to daytime, which is not great. Yay! I think theoretically he could have won there, but just Siege Zombie Drain was getting me there. It's not the fastest deck in the West, but I think part of that was just because I was up against blue-black zombies, which seems to be a powerful deck. No, I think... he had, what, 4 blockers? I had 7 creatures. I drained him down to 3, so yeah, he was dead if I just attacked with everything, because he didn't have anything with lifelink. Sure. Not having black mana for the Vampire Interloper is a bit of a bummer, but solid hand otherwise. Lifelink is still the dumbest name for Life Drain. I think it's fine. I ain't bothered by Lifelink. Alright, blue-white, so... Ooh, Esper. Blue-white-black. Ugh. Don't like seeing that. But I like seeing that. Because now I can block his idiot. Either idiot. I can block whichever idiot I so choose. And now he can block my idiots. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, you may tap or untap target non-land permanent. Sure. If you're gonna be trying to control day and night, then I'm gonna play out this Devil Man. What would be cool is if I were to draw a land, preferably a black land. Oh, that thing just always has first strike, huh? Target creature you control gets double strike until end of turn. Don't like that. Don't like that at all, because I don't have a way to deal with that. I need to flip this Admirer. But is it worth flipping the Admirer? Not drawing a land this turn was such a bummer. Let's bring out this guy and hope that my opponent just casts no spells, holds up a counter, lets my werewolves flip. There's no card called Dayman, Fighter of the Nightman. Unfortunately not. Ah! I'm gonna die to this stupid Falcon Abomination. Oh, that sucks. Oh, this sucks. Wait, this is fine. Because just no spells. Because, like, I could cast the Lamphole Terrier, but I don't think it's quite worth it. You may tap target non-land permanent. So he can tap my Wing Shredder if he notices. I don't think he noticed. Or maybe he has something else up his sleeve for dealing with the Wing Shredder. He may just have a straight-up removal spell. In which case, wish that were me. Whenever you cast a spell from your graveyard, tap target creature you don't control. Huh. Alright, he built his Tapper, which is nice. Did not want him to have that. Please don't have Blade Brand. Please don't have Blade Brand. Yay! So I lose Wing Shredder, which sucks. But getting rid of Dualcraft Trainer was so important. This is looking pretty dire. Yeah, it's not good for me. It's quite bad for me, in fact. Because he was able to get the double spell. So, what do I do here? I could... just bring out some creatures for blocking. In which case, I'm definitely taking 2, but... Oh, he's got so many ways to tap my shit down. Okay, okay. Get to draw a card. Another land. He gets to tap down my big werewolf again. Oh, he's untapping Falcon Abomination? Okay. I'm gonna bring out this dragon, and my opponent is probably going to counter it. No counter? One time no counter? Oh my god. Oh, he's just gonna kill my dragon. Probably. He killed my werewolf. Oh, because it's toughness 4 or greater. Okay. No attacks. Ah, Crawl from the Cellar is sorcery speed. That's a bummer. That's also a bummer. Yeah, I'll put that on top, because I do need that dragon. Now that I don't have any werewolves around to worry myself with, I could Crawl from the Cellar and get back Bird Admirer. Or I could just play out Vampire Interloper. I don't think Vampire Interloper is doing me a ton here, because I really need to kind of deal with some of the stuff my opponent has, first and foremost. Although, it's still nighttime, so if I cast Crawl from the Cellar, then my opponent gets to tap down my dragon. So I'm just gonna pass. Be really nice to have something at anything at instant speed, but the magic gods decided that I was not allowed to have those things that are at instant speed. Put a counter on a creature. Okay. So I can attack with the dragon and kill the abomination. Which lets me draw a card. If he blocks with Phantom Carriage, I am totally fine with that. fact, I would have rather he did that. But... So, next turn, he's probably gonna make it daytime. So what do I do about that? I don't have any zombies to put counters on, so... I could... Path to the Festival... to try and get some lands out of my deck. Arrogant Outlaw... Do want that on top. Vampire Interloper... Novice Occultist, do I want that? Sure, Novice Occultist. So he gets to tap one of my things down. Am I winning? Kind of. I could theoretically win here, but it's a real uphill battle. Right. Oh fuck, no, I'm dead. I'm dead. Because then he casts that other spell and taps down Novice Occultist. Oh, no, okay, cool. Cool. Oh wait, no, I'm still dead. Fuck, because Vampire Interloper can't block. Fuck. I should have Crawl from the Cellar, gotten back Bird Admirer. Cast that so it could block Phantom Carrot. No, because then they would have tapped that down too. Was there a 2-mana creature that I could have... Oh, I could have gotten back Pestilent Wolf. That would have been better. Crawl from the Cellar, get back Pestilent Wolf, rather than casting Vampire Interloper, because Vampire Interloper can't block. So I am dead exactly. Oof. That was my first loss with this deck. Currently at 3 wins. Which is better than my other deck. I think I only got like 2 wins with the other deck. Despite it being theoretically far more powerful. Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it. Beautiful. Oh, and I've got Coven, like, between these 3 creatures. Oh. So much possibility. So much potential. Silverbolt, that's fine. Give me the 3/1. Another red source, so we will path to the Festival and get another swamp. So that way next turn we can play out both of our Siege Zombies. Or Siege Zombie and Novice Occultist. Yes, 2 Siege Zombies it is. Or Siege Zombie and Morbid Opportunist. Moonsilver Key. Search your library for an artifact with a mana ability or basic land card. Reveal it, put it in your hand. Sure. Just getting a land, probably. The Celestis. Huh. That's not good for me. Hey, you want to block? Didn't think so, sucker. Forest. So is he 3-color or is he 5-color? Flashback, get another swamp. Scry the land to the bottom. Pass the turn. Opponent plays out the Celestis. Plays out the Strangler. Tap my team, dream for 1. That's what you like to see. Beautiful. Opponent is probably gonna kill it. But I am happy to have it. I ain't blocking that shit, you crazy? Not in a million years I'm blocking that. That's a bummer. That blocks my dragon perfectly. That's also a bummer. Fuck it. Flying Death Touch. Okay. That's a bummer. Oh, that's so bad for me. Brimstone, Vandal. No attacks. Tap these 3 idiots. Sacrifice Siege Zombie, because I need to get rid of the Strangling Grasp. "7/6 Menace is going to do bad things to my life total. 8/6 Menace is going to do worse things to my life total." God damn. Well, guess I'm taking 9. This is looking bad. That's because it is bad. And fucking Jesus. Oh my god. It was bad enough with every very powerful thing that my opponent was doing, but the fact that I was just drawing nothing but lands... Oh boy. Ten mana was not doing me any favors in that game. Yeah, how dare you, Badruck? You jinxed me. Yeah, I had the dream starting hand. That starting hand was perfect. But my opponent had it all. Oh my god. Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later. But look, on the bright side, if I do another sealed event, that I'll probably get 4 wins. Because I got 2 wins, and then I'm about to get 3 wins here. So then next time I can get 4 wins. I need to mulligan that. It's fine. Oh, that's a good draw. That's not a good draw. Red-black. Check out this cool bird admirer. Don't kill my wolf. Rude. I'm gonna guess that my opponent is on infinite removal. But I gotta play my spells. I must establish a board presence. I ain't blocking that. You crazy? I read that card. I know what it does. Play out a vampire. Value for... Yep. Oof, oof, ouchie, ouchie. Bad for me. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. I am super fucking dead. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's literally no card in my deck that makes me win this game. Well... Turns out, having no removal in your pool... Just a complete dearth of removal. Not great for winning games. Still got enough gems for one more, though. Yeah, one more win than the other deck, so I've got to win one more with this deck. Oh, Yes. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Good start, good start. Alright, spell costs 1 less for each creature you attacked with this turn. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. That's pretty good. Coven gains lifelink. Vigilance with Disturb. Some card filtering based off of day-night. Got a Tapper. Got the Farmhand. Got the Candlegrove Witch. Cathar Commando. Like that. Okay. We're playing white. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. If you've got Coven, +2/+1 until end of turn. Don't love it. We'll see. What's our secondary color? Smoldering Egg is more for, like, blue-red. That's a Spells Matter kind of card. Don't have much in the way of removal in black. I got 2 Duel for Dominance in green. That's a good sign. Play with Fire. Not bad. Okay. My red seems decent. It's not amazing. It seems decent. Got 2 rares in white-black. Angel's pretty good. Can't Stay Away, pretty good. Also got Angel Fire Ignition, which is solid. 2 counters on target creature. Gains Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink, Indestructible, and Haste until end of turn. My angel is the flint, and I am her steel. Dawnheart Wardens, 3/3 for 3 with Vigilance at the beginning of combat. If you control 3 or more creatures with different powers, creatures you control get +1/+0. Like that. That's pretty good. Oh, I don't have much in the way of green, though. Well, let's see. We got 2 Harvest-Tide Sentries. Oh, okay, okay. Got a Pump Spell, Coven, draw a card. Got a Cool Dog. Ooh. Cool Dog that lets me put counters on things. Enters the battlefield, gain 3 life, tap to add 1 of mana of any color. Alright. My white-green seems pretty solid. For white-black, a Static Awakener. Sacrifice another creature, draw a card, transform it into a 4/4 for 3 mana. Not bad. Draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, instant speed. I got 2 of the Diregraph Horde and 2 of the Makra Behemoths. But then if I end up playing black-white, my 5-drop slot is just fucking slammed. Because we've got Lisa, we've got 2 Diregraph Horde, 2 Makra Behemoth. And I don't really have any unconditional removal in black. Like, all I have is 1 Foul Play. Destroy target creature with power 2 or less. I think my white-green is better, because I've got these 2 Duel for Dominance. Duel for Dominance. Pretty solid. Choose up to 3 target cards in graveyards. The owners of those cards shuffle them into their libraries and you gain 2 life. Out of the Old Ways, Pestilent Wolf, Bird Admirer, Eccentric Farmer, Hound Tamer, Dawnheart Retriever, Shadow Beast Sighting. Got 3 of those. Got some Tireless Haulers, which are just some big beefy boys. And then if I put in Dawnheart Wardens, I'm at 44 cards, so what am I cutting? Let's see. 21 creatures, 6 non-creatures. Except I only have 3 non-creatures, because these are technically non-creature spells, but all they do is make creatures. So I've got, what, Might of the Old Ways and the 2 Duel for Dominance. Gavany Trapper is pretty good. I think I can cut the Eccentric Farmers. And I don't have... cut Dawnheart Rejuvenator. So I've got a good distribution of power and tough... Or I've got a good distribution of powers. Like, I got a 0 power, I've got some 1 powers, 2 powers, 3 powers. Which is all really good for turning on Coven. Maybe I just cut a Shadow Beast Sighting, because in addition to the Shadow Beast Sightings, I also have these Tireless Haulers in terms of real big creatures to play out. Search Party Captain I'm probably not ever playing for 4. If I do, then I'm in a bad way. So that's more of a 3-drop. Hound Tamer is probably going to be an all-star in this deck. So I've got some Flashback, I've got some Disturb. I have a Coven Transformer, I have some Werewolves. This deck seems very straightforward, but solid? Question mark? Guess we'll see. It's been a while since I've played a straight-up green-white deck. Green-white used to be my jam. That's just not really the life I live anymore. Got a 2-drop, got a 3-drop that I can play. It would be nice to have white mana, but I'm not mulliganing a hand where I have multiple cards that I can play. Oh, I should have checked to see if I had any Evolving Wilds. Although... don't think I really need them in this deck. They would have been better for the other one. Hello. He's got a dog. I've got a human. He's gonna kill my human. Or he's gonna play a vampire. Oh, Eccentric Farmer. Storm the Festival. Oh. With the top 5 cards of your library, you may put 2 permanent cards with mana value 5 or less from among them onto the battlefield. It costs 10 mana, but that's a pretty powerful effect. Wanna trade? No? Okay, I play werewolf. I will block. What you got? Use your pump spell. Do it, I dare you. Oh, that's not a pump spell, that's an enchantment. Oh, that's bad for me. Well, I finally got another land. Or I finally got a white source, which is nice. I will go find another plains. Then I'll play another 3-1. Then I'll hit him. Oh, that also gives it vigilance. 4-5 with vigilance. That's gonna be annoying. I'll block your dog. Yeah. Don't play a Phoenix or something. Don't do it. Oh no. Okay. I was worried he was gonna play another thing. Well, he has lethal on the board, which is bad. He probably has a combat trick or something. Block one of these. If he has a combat trick and I block like this, then I die anyways. Oh, no tricks. You love to see it. That turns into a 6-5, that turns into a 6-6. I want to play this big beefy boy. Oh, that's a bummer. Ooh, that sucks. Ooh, and I have to block. Turn into a 2-1. Not loving that. What you got, opponent? Because there's a bunch of spells that can just kill me. Like, he doesn't even have to attack to kill me in this format. There's a bunch of spells that could theoretically deal 2 damage directly to me. Instantly becomes nighttime, thing gains trample. That's bad. Well, block like this, so I don't die. I also killed his big boy. Costs 7 mana, huh? Aight. I die. I lose. Oh, I super die. Yeah, I'm extremely dead. Well... Oh, I've lost a lot of frames today. And the captioner has not been doing the best job at keeping up with what I've been saying. I guess I need to enunciate a little better today. Alright. Got both colors of mana. Got a bunch of stuff that I can play. Now up against someone that is also playing green-white. Although they're probably going to play a mountain right here. Oh. Alright. Set myself up to maybe get Coven active this turn. If he activates Pestilent Wolf's ability, that's okay. Oh, combat trick. Well, shit. I can't double spell anyways, so may as well spend all my mana bringing this back. Whenever it or another creature you control dies, put a counter on a creature you control. That's super bad for me. As someone that has very little removal. So that becomes a 4/6. Alright, Hound Tamer, Candlegrove Witch. Oof. My opponent's got a big boy. No attacks. Yeah, oh my god. My opponent had literally everything they needed to completely just obliterate me. The only way I won this game is if he didn't have literally that card. It would be cool if I could get a win with this deck. At this point, I'm fine with just a win. But more than 0, please. This is what you get for not believing in the heart of the cards. I don't know what else I could have done. My game plan for this round. Hit my opponent. Mm-hmm. What you got, opponent? Because all I got is lands, so... There are a couple of cards that I could draw here that might help me win the game. I will put that on top. I will not search for basic planes. I think my opponent is killing enough time. I think they're gonna stabilize and kill me. And it's going to take an agonizingly long time. I am play werewolf, grr, growl, anger, etc. Oh yeah, I love having way more lands than I need. It's great. It's great being empty-handed with 7 mana against an opponent that has 5 mana and 5 cards in hand. And a creature they can cast out of the graveyard. Get better cards. Oh, thank you. Very helpful. Just what I needed to hear. And he's gonna wipe the board. I shouldn't have done that. Kill me. That's not helping me at all, Burke. Not with that attitude. Thermo Alchemist, sure. Vadric Astral Archmage. Alright, hold on, let's tap him. And then kill the Archmage. Or don't kill the Archmage, and he has he has the thing that makes it not do anything. How about you eat my entire ass? I'm doing it again. Red-blue looks fun to play in this set. It seems strong. Blue in general seems strong in the most annoying ways. Rude. If you're gonna bounce it back to my hand, do it! Stop wasting my time! You know I'm empty-handed. Early on, I was just hitting my opponent and being like, oh, maybe this will be the game. Maybe this will be the game where I just hit my opponent and they die. And it doesn't take me 20 minutes to lose. He's gonna... He's gonna do something bad to my dog. I'm not gonna like it. Yeah. So I'm probably dead. So I take 7. I lose. I'm dead. 0 wins. Well, not great. And I can't do another sealed event, so let's do not traditional draft. Premier draft. Let's lose in a different way. What do we got?
Free love is too tame for him. Free love is too tame for him. Free love is too tame for him. Tame for him. Free love is too tame for him. Free love is too tame for him. Free love is too tame for him. Tame for him.
Understand the thing, understand the concept, understand the thing, understand.
Okie dokie. We got Reckless Stormseeker. 3 mana, 2/3 human werewolf. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1 and +0 and gains haste until end of turn. That's pretty good. Daybound, when it's a werewolf, 3/4. Target creature gets trample and haste and +2/+0 until end of turn. Seems good. Sacred Fire would be a pretty high pick. I think I'm taking the Stormseeker, but Sacred Fire is real good. 2 damage to any target, gain 2 life. Obsessive Astronomer, not bad. Sleep? I can sleep when I'm dead, says Obsessive Astronomer. Whenever it becomes day or night, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. Yeah, I think my other pick, if not Reckless Stormseeker, I would probably take Sacred Fire or Eaten Alive. Alright, they took the rare out of this one, so what are we looking at? For red, we've got Ardent Elementalist. Brings a thing, instant or sorcery, back from the graveyard. We got Midnight Ambush for removal. Ambitious Farmhand. It's not bad, but I didn't love it. Diregraph Horde, Olivia's Midnight Ambush, and Shady Traveler. I like all of these. Let's take Midnight Ambush and see how much black comes our way. Ooh, Baneblade Scoundrel. Big fan of that. Alternatively, Falconwrath Perforator would be a good pick. It's kind of seeming like white is moderately open, so I need to keep that in mind. Ooh, Gavany Dawnguard is real good. But I think I'll take the Scoundrel. Could grab another Scoundrel, which I think I will. Because, like, Hobbling Zombie and Morkrut Behemoth are both really good. But at common, it'll be easier to pick more of those up. I think Baneblade Scoundrel will be a little harder to come by. Got a Threaten. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. If you control a wolf or werewolf, scry 2. Yeah. We'll take another Scoundrel. Arrogant Outlaw, pretty good. Been seeing a lot of Siege Zombies, and I'm worried about how many Siege Zombies I've been passing. Village Watch is pretty solid just as a big boy. No, let's take Arrogant Outlaw for now. Let's fill out the curve. Well, if I want to fill out the curve, then Siege Zombie might be a better way to go. Village Watch. We'll go with Village Watch, just because it's uncommon. we'll see what we end up with. Got some mediocre white, some pretty solid green here. Duel for Dominance and Harvest Tide Sentry. Famished Foragers, pretty good. Yeah, it's between these three, and we'll take the one that's currently on color. Oh, that's a lot of green. I mean, we could just take this Ruffian and just try and plant a flag, just like red is ours. Ooh, Bounding Wolf, though. 3/2 Flash Reach for 3. Let's go with Bounding Wolf. We'll try and stay open to going Jund or something along those lines. Snarling Wolf, not bad. Howl of the Hunt, pretty solid. I just want the Evolving Wilds just in case I end up going 3-color again. The Sacred Fire made its way back around. Path to the Festival for more fixing, maybe? Because it's either Sacred Fire and maybe hedge for red-white, or Path to the Festival. I think it'll be easier to pick up another Path to the Festival than a Sacred Fire. My 4-drop slot is already pretty stacked. Let's take the Sentry. And even though I really like these Baneblade Scoundrels, like, may not end up going black, may end up going red-green or something along those lines. Howl of the Hunt. I think having one Howl of the Hunt would be pretty good. Luck was not on your side. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Jack-o'-lantern. Depending on how the rest of this draft goes, I may end up needing that Jack-o'-lantern. Because it can help fix your mana. Ooh. Now I'm a big fan of Florian. 3 mana, 3/3, legendary creature, vampire noble with first strike. At the beginning of your post-combat main phase, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the total amount of life your opponents lost this turn. Exile one of those cards, put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. You may play the exiled card this turn. Clear Shot would also be a nice pickup here. Eaten Alive, another Bounding Wolf. Maybe black ends up just being a splash? But I really like Florian. Burn the Accursed. Ooh, do I want Burn the Accursed or do I want Eaten Alive? There's also Triskaidekaphile. 2 mana, 1/3 human wizard. You have no maximum hand size at the beginning of your upkeep. If you have exactly 13 cards in your hand, you win the game. Eaten Alive or Burn the Accursed. Both of these are really good. Burn the Accursed, I think. Willowgeist, eh? Do I really have anything that cares about exiling stuff out of my graveyard? I have the Jack-o'-lantern. Probably not going to be playing that Sacred Fire. I mean, I could pick up some flashback stuff at some point. Ooh! Now we're talking. Now we got something happening. Kessig Naturalist. Look at that cute little dog! 2 mana 2/2 human werewolf. When it attacks, add red or green. Until the end of your turn, you don't lose... Until the end of your turn, you don't... Until end of turn, reading comprehension, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. And then once he flips, Lord of the Uvenwald, other wolves and werewolves you get +1/+1. When it attacks, you can do the mana thing again. I like this guy. Eccentric Farmer is the best pick here, I think. Festival Crasher, not really in that deck. Got a Bird Admirer. I kinda like Raise the Effigy. None of these three are really speaking to me in a major way, but I'll take Raise the Effigy. Whole lot of nothing in green and red coming my way this way around, but I'll take the Moonsilver Key, because that can get me a land. Bounding Wolf seems good. Bounding Wolf or Tavern Ruffian? Bounding Wolf. Return to Nature. Sure, probably not playing it, but I'll take it. So I'm currently at 21. Create a red elemental creature token with trample, and this creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard, plus the number of cards you own with flashback and exile. It's a cool card, but it's not really what I'm trying to do. Fair. I mean, I would like that card just to have that card. Ooh, I want the Hound Tamer, but there's a duel for dominance over there. Give me the Hound Tamer. I'll try and find... I'll just grabble any removal in my colors that I can from this point forward. Above all else, Sunrise Cavalier is pretty good, but not really in my colors. Perforator ain't bad. I mean, Immolation is kind of removal. Yeah, sure. Another Florian. I mean, I might just play this guy in Constructed. I'll rare drafting, baby! Even though my deck isn't very good, time to rare draft. Oh great, another Hound Tamer. Hey, spoiler alert, this deck is not going to be very good. Another Evolving Wilds. So I've got Midnight Ambush. My 3s. Oof, ouch. My 3-drop slot. Don't hear me talking about how I've got too many 3s and then give me a Bounding Wolf. Rude. Deals 1 damage to target creature, 1 damage to its controller, draw a card. Tempting. Costs less if you control a vampire. Sort of raise the effigy. Don't really have anything with flashback, so I don't think Willow Geist is going to do anything for me. So I'm at 23 now. Silverbolt, that's removal, baby. And it's colorless. I don't want any more 3s. Yeah, if anything, I need more 2s. Oh boy. I don't know what I'm doing with this deck, y'all. Two cuts. I mean, I've got some decent fixing, so I don't need the farmer. Got a whole frickin' lot of werewolves. Is Immolation good enough removal to play in this deck? Because theoretically that could also be good for me to play on my own creatures, just because I've got these very large werewolves. What do I want to cut here? Because Bounding Wolf is going to be so good for, like, setting up nighttime, and then Village Watch can give all my cool big werewolves haste and such. Florian just giving me some card selection. "17 creatures. Let's cut Immolation. Let's see how it goes. I don't have super high hopes. The deck knows what it's doing, you just have to trust in the heart of the cards. Right. Theoretically, if I draw my cards in the right order, everything will be fine. But it's incredibly possible for this deck to draw the cards in the wrong order. I super shouldn't have taken that, that wolf over the fight card. I think that was the worst mistake that I made during the actual draft. Going first, I got a dog. I have a 3 and 4. I have a 3-drop and a 4-drop that I can theoretically play as long as I draw lands of any color. So bring these over. Green, red, dog. Opponent's got black mana, which seems bad for me. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fine. Lose your life, draw your card. Oh, not taking it. Okay. Fine with me. That works for me! What would be cool is a swamp. Or a Bounding Wolf. Herd Bannon, who are you cannon? Burke has been off his shits today. I ain't blocking that. You crazy? Tapping at the window. Look at the top 3. Reveal a creature card from among them. Put it into your hand. Ooh. Actually got a hit off of it. Let's play the big boy. What you got, opponent? Land drop. Oh, Bat Whisperer for no value. I'm gonna play this cool guy that has a cool dog, and I'm gonna pass the turn. So even if I don't draw into anything that I could actually cast this next turn, I got a little to do with Lambeau Terrier. Maybe if I draw into another land... No, that doesn't do anything. Currently 3 mana off of activating Lambeau Terrier twice. I mean, if I just don't draw anything playable, then I just pass the turn and let all my werewolves flip. I'll take that trade. What you got? Bladebrand? clear shot. Oh, shit. Well, that was bad. Oh, well, now I'm fucking screwed. Now I got nothing going. Guess I'll lose. Oh, okay. Do you have another one of those cards? Are you gonna do it again? Nope, okay. Flashback tapping at the window. Oh, is he gonna double spell? Is he gonna unflip my werewolf? No! You bitch! I'm just trying to play Magic the Gathering. And I'm having problems. Well, I know what he's got in hand. If an opponent lost life this turn, each opponent discards a card. I kinda want... Ugh. I don't feel good about it, but I do want Florian around. Oh wait, I didn't look at the flashbacks shit he has. Yeah-huh. Yeah. Hmm. Tradesies? Oh, I did a dumb. I lose the game. I did bad math. Yeah, I'll take 7 there, bud. What are you gonna do, make me discard a card? Oh, he's gonna make a 4/4. That's what he's gonna do. Oh! Oh, now you're just making fun of me, game. I don't appreciate it. Yeah, I'll go to 1. Oh no, he made me discard a card. Oh no, he made me discard another copy of the legendary that I had. It's cool. Alright. Well, let's try that again. I mean, I'd probably already lost that game, but... Certainly doesn't feel good making a stupid mistake. The game was just a warm-up? Yeah. Well, I got it this time. I'm gonna draw everything in the exact right order. That's not it. That ain't it, Chief. Sure. Yeah. Sure. Ugh. Don't like that. I was hoping he was holding up a removal spell, but no, he was holding up a 3/1 that's going to hit me very hard. Now stop giving me both Florians! God damn it. Alright, I got a 3/3 with first strike. You can't beat it. It's too powerful. Undefeatable. What you got, opponent? I ain't blocking that. I am not blocking that. What are the top 3? I can play one of them. Let's play that one. It is vulnerable to that one removal spell that destroys target creature with toughness 4 or greater, but so did the other one. The other one was also toughness 4 or greater because it's nighttime. So what I would like to do this coming turn is play Kessig Naturalist and hold up Howl of the Hunt. Uh-huh. I won't block? +2/+0 and lifelink. That's an 18 point life swing right there, baby. Ouch. That's bad for me. Pass the turn, hold up Howl of the Hunt. Or Bounding Wolf? Bounding Wolf could also help if he somehow manages to give Spellrune Painter flying. He's not playing blue, so he's not gonna counter whatever I end up playing. Small miracles. Opponent is thinking real hard about this one. I can't blame them, they could very well win the game this turn. Huh. I don't like it, but I'm letting it resolve. I'm gonna bring in this cool dog. So he could have an instant or sorcery that would save the painter here. Oh, sacrifice the command. Oh, clever. Okay, sure. Okay. I think he doesn't want to burn a bunch of spells while Painter's unflipped. Bring in another dog. Oh-ho! Don't mind if I do. I'm not going for a big swing here, because one, it won't win me the game, and two, you could have something with Flash. It wasn't something with Flash, but it was still bad for me. Does this deck have any lifelink in it? Sure doesn't. Oh my god. Is he just gonna kill me with 3 Burn the Accursed? Okay. Oh boy. This is super tense. Because it could go either way at a moment's notice. Four or 5 mana activated ability. Creatures you control get +5/+0. Okay. So we could activate that once, so far as I know. That also gives it first strike, which isn't great. Let's make one of my dogs bigger. Oh wait, unflip is werewolf. Yeah. You know what? Fuck you, unflips your werewolf. Because the flipped side of his werewolf was way better than the flipped side of my werewolf. How much damage do I have on the board? So if I leave behind Harrier to block Eviscerator and attack with 3, 6, 9, 12, 18, 17. Bummer. Oh, well... maybe I could attack with Bounding Wolf, and then either he blocks with one of his creatures, or I get to look at the top 5 for another 2-drop, in which case it would flip his werewolf. I think I gotta go for it. Because it also has Vigilance. So not blocking the Bounding Wolf is just 2 kinds of bad for him. Wait, no, fuck. I'm an idiot. He can give it first strike. I'm an idiot. I'm gonna lose this game because I didn't read the cards. Whack. It didn't matter anyways, because I couldn't kill him that turn, and then the following turn he drew a card that made me die. So. Let's see if we can get one win! Because we're currently on game probably 7 of a lose streak. I think I might not be very good at this set. Yeah, lucky 7. Alright. There's no way that I could lose 8 games in a row. That just doesn't make any sense. Sure. Okay. Yeah. 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 Oh, it has menace. What you got, opponent? Another Brimstone Vandal. Womp. Yeah, opponent's deck is hitting me real hard, real fast. Oh god. Oh my god, and he unflips my fucking werewolf again. Jesus. Oh my god, I lose. I lose! I lose! Fuck! God damn it. That sucks so bad. That sucks so bad. I don't think there was anything I could have done about it with my draws. Because, like, if I... Maybe I could have bought myself an extra turn if I killed the Vandal instead of the egg. Probably not, because he could have just played Hungry for More again, and yeah, no, there he had it. Don't think I could have played that any differently. Because he killed that. I used that on one of the Vandals. How many fucking Vandals did he have? He had played 3 of these Brimstone Vandals. So I killed one of the Vandals with Silver Bolt. I killed the egg with Ambush. So if I killed one of the Vandals with Ambush instead, could have saved myself like 2 life? Bounding Wolf was going to die whether I used it to kill a Vandal or the Vampire, and I was more likely to draw another creature that I could use to block the Vandal than I was to draw another Bounding Wolf or the Bird Admirer that could have blocked the Flying Vampire. But since he had Light Up the Night, what's the flip side of Smoldering Egg again, please? Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, it deals 2 damage to any target. So, if I hadn't killed the egg, assuming that he had the Light Up the Night in hand already, he could have... Smoldering Egg had 3 counters on it. He could have played Light Up the Night for 4, and then like Hungry for More, and dealt 2 to me with the dragon. With the cards that I drew against the cards that he drew, I don't think there was any way for me to win that game. Really starting to dislike the day-night mechanic? Well, that's probably just because I've been playing a lot of werewolf decks, and werewolf decks are super fragile to decks like this that can just go 2 spells any turn they want. I mean, it would have been, like, it would have been... I would have been less at risk. Like, since he had run out of cards in hand. But I didn't really have a good way to survive that long. Well, 0 and 3. Good old 8 lost streak. I spent like 7,500 gems across these events and got 5 wins total. Not great. Not my best showing. But it's very, very possible that I am not good at this set. Drafted identity. Steel thing. Geist Flame Reservoir. Cast instants and sorceries, put counters on it. Remove charge counters from it. Deal that much damage to targets. Sure. Got another Florian, so I have a functional playset of those. And our last pack, what do we got? Spectral Adversary. This guy's alright. Okie dokie. Well, that was a good old stream of me losing at Magic a whole lot. So I hope everyone enjoyed. Let's switch over to this. There we go. So, upcoming streams. Because I'm going to be playing Deltarune tomorrow, I'm not really going to have the time to set up some kind of Travis Strikes Again thing. So I think what I'm going to stream tomorrow is, let's see, Skatebird is a game that I would like to check out tomorrow. It seems cute, and it's on the Xbox Game Pass thingy, so I can play it without having to buy it. How exciting. Other than that, what other cool stuff? There's a couple of neat games on Game Pass. There's a couple of this and that's all over the place that I might be able to pull together, but I think main plan for Saturday is gonna check out Skatebird. Oh, did I say tomorrow at some point? Sorry, I'm not streaming. I'm not streaming Friday. Friday I'm going to play Deltarune, and you should too. Let's see. Anything else? I think that's just about it. So, Skatebird and maybe something else for Saturday. And, yeah, thank you all so much for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff. Sorry I couldn't show off being good at Magic, but these things happen. Also, goodbye all frames, goodbye every frame, goodbye. Just in time. Alright, farewell.